good morning all. Very good all. All of you are requested to maintain silence. Please maintain decorum. A very good morning to all respected delegates. On this beautiful day of 22nd Feb 2024, we all have gathered here for 2 days. DBT-sponsored international conference on research ethics, clinical therapeutics, and fight pharmaceutical drug research. RETPD 2024, organized by College of Pharmacy in association with Association of Pharmaceutical Teachers of India, Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, and College of Nursing, Maharishi Markandeshwar, deemed to be university. On behalf of organizing committee, Professor Dr. Sumit Gupta, conference chair, Professor Dr. Dinesh Mehta, organizing secretary, and entire fraternity of Maharishi Markandeshwar, deemed to be university, I, Dr. Manisha Bhatia, feel privileged to accord a warm, cordial, and genial welcome to our respected dignitaries, invited delegates, esteemed speakers, distinguished resource persons, honorable chair sessions, most valued guests, faculty members, and all the participants on this auspicious event of International Conference on Research Ethics, Clinical Therapeutics, and Phytopharmaceutical Drug Research. It's a great honor to have in our midst our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, President AIIMS Jammu and Principal Advisor, India Global Antibiotics Research and Development, a distinguished scholar and an administrator of eminence. He himself is a visionary and an immense source of motivation for all of us. Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta will be joining us online in virtual mode, demonstrating his commitment to our event, regardless of physical limitations due to certain unavoidable circumstances. It's a great privilege to have amongst us our guest of honor, Honorable Professor Dr. V.K. Kapoor, Emeritus Professor UIPS, Punjab University, Chandigarh, a motivational educator and an expert in his field, known for his landmark contributions in all the assignments. It's a matter of immense pleasure to have amongst us Honorable Professor Harish Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Maharishi Markandeshwar, deemed to be university. Our special invitees, Professor Dr. Bhupinder Singh Bhoop, Emeritus Scientist, UIPS, Punjab University, Chandigarh. Professor Dr. O.P. Katare, UIPS, Punjab University, Chandigarh. Observer of the event from Haryana Medical Council, Honorable Dr. Satish Khattar, a versatile, renowned personality. Our special invitees, Professor Dr. Harish Tureja, President, APTI MMDU Rohtak. Professor Dr. Jyoti Sareen, Principal, College of Nursing, MMDU. Professor Dr. Sumit Gupta, Dean and Principal, College of Pharmacy. And Professor Dr. Dinesh Mehta, Head Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, College of Pharmacy. Complete galaxy of eminent speakers, chair session, resource person, honorable guest, and benevolent dignitaries. I extend my gratitude and profuse thanks to everyone who have graced this occasion with their pious presence in spite of their busy schedule and demanding commitments. We are really overwhelmed. I entreat members of the audience to give a huge round of applause for our esteemed guest. As we know, lamp symbolizes the light of knowledge. So before we commence this program, we would like to bow our head in front of Goddess Saraswati for her blessings. I request all the dignitaries to please come forward and lighten the lamp. So please come. would initiate today's program with endowment of Goddess of Learning Devi Saraswati. Chanting the Saraswati Vandana is believed to remove all the obstacles to succeed in one's education and work. With this, I would like to request Vanshika and Bhumika to come forward and perform the Saraswati Vandana. Vanshika and Bhumika. Thank you very much, Vanshika and Bhumika. Now I cordially request all the dignitaries and delegates to take their respective seats on the dais. So please come forward and grace the dais. Professor Harish Sharma sir, Professor Bhupinder Singh Bhoop sir, Professor O.P. Katare sir, Honorable Dr. Satish Khattar sir, Professor Harish Tureja sir, Jyoti Saleen ma'am, Professor Dr. Sumit Gupta, Professor Dr. Dinesh Mehta, please come forward. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much, dignitaries. Keeping the rich Indian culture and tradition alive, now it's time to extend floral welcome to our respected dignitaries. In the same chain, I request Professor Harish Sharma to felicitate our esteemed guest of honor, Honorable Professor Dr. V.K. Kapoor, Emeritus Professor, UIPS, Punjab University, Chandigarh, with a green welcome. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. I request Professor Dr. Sumit to welcome Honorable Professor Dr. Bhupinder Singh Bhoop, Emeritus Professor, UIPS, Punjab University, Chandigarh, with a green sapling. Please give a huge round of applause for sir. I request Professor Dr. Anuj to felicitate Professor Dr. O.P. Katare, UIPS Punjab University, Chandigarh, with a green welcome. Please give a huge round of applause for sir. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Subbir to present a sapling to Honorable Dr. Satish Manish Khattar, Observer, Haryana Medical Council. I entreat members of the audience to give a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Dr. Seema to present sapling to Honorable Professor Dr. Harish Tureja, President APTI. All of you are requested to join your hands. Thank you very much, ma'am. I request Dr. Dinesh to present sapling to Honorable Professor Dr. Harish Sharma. Please give a huge round of applause for sir. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Inderjeet to give a sapling to Honorable Professor Dr. Jyoti Salim, Principal, College of Nursing. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Dr. Akash to facilitate Professor Dr. Sumit Gupta, Dean and Principal, College of Pharmacy, with the green welcome. He's not there? Okay. Dr. Akash is not there? Okay. Now I request Dr. Tarun to present the sapling to Professor Dr. Dinesh Mehta and Dr. Sumit too. Thank you, Dr. Harish. Before commencing the program, let me throw some light on the main highlights of this event. This conference on research ethics, clinical therapeutics, and phytopharmaceutical drug research has been divided into 2 days, which will make all the participants acquainted with the basics of molecular biology, experimental and clinical research, toxicology, phytopharmacology, pharmacy practice, and many more. The objective is to bring together leading scientists, researchers, scholars, and practitioners from academia and industry to present their recent advances and findings, to exchange their experiences and research results on all aspects of clinical and experimental pharmaceutical sciences. Apart from updating their knowledge, it will provide a platform for interaction, healthy discussion with the experienced professional. This conference has been designed with the aim to sensitize and inspire the young researchers, and the main endeavor is to make them aware of the latest innovation techniques. With this brief detail, now we are moving forward to further proceedings of the conference. Leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality, and we are lucky enough to have a versatile person to guide us every time. We cannot imagine the direction of a ship without a captain. Yes, I'm talking about the conference chair of this great event, Honorable Professor Sumit Gupta, Conference Chair, Dean and Principal, College of Pharmacy. A versatile man with dedicated approach. With specialization in pharmacology and work experience of more than 20 years, he is highly committed to innovations and research. He has been an immense source of motivation for all of us, and his leadership and guidance have been instrumental in shaping the path of our institution. It's my distinct honor to invite Honorable Professor Sumit Gupta, Dean and Principal, the whole soul spirit behind this event, to commence this inauguration ceremony by a formal welcome address. Please give a huge round of applause for Sir.
A very good morning to all. I, Dr. Sumit Gupta, Dean and Principal of College of Pharmacy, would like to extend warm welcome our Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Y.K. Gupta sir, our guest of honor Professor V.K. Kapoor sir, our worthy Vice Chancellor sir Dr. Harish Sharma sir, Dr. O.P. Katare sir, Emeritus Professor Punjab University, Dr. Bhupinder Singh Bhoop sir, Emeritus Professor Punjab University, Professor Harish Dhureja ji, President APTI Haryana State Branch, Dr. Satish Khattar sir, Observer, Haryana Medical Council, Central APTI branch officials, Dr. Jyoti Sareen, Principal College of Nursing, senior professors, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, academician, faculty, and dear students. It is indeed honor and a privilege to join you all here today for this intellectual stimulating event, that is 2 days international conference on research ethics, clinical therapeutics, and phytopharmaceutical drug research, sponsored by DBT and industry partner under the aegis of APTI Central Branch, is associated with MMIMSR and College of Nursing. As we embark on this journey of knowledge exchange, I am reminded of the profound impact that research in pharmaceutical sciences has on the advancement of healthcare worldwide. The pursuit of excellence in research ethics, clinical therapeutics, and phytopharmaceutical drug research is not a merely an academic endeavor, but a noble pursuit aimed at improving the quality of life for millions around the globe. Today's conference, generously sponsored by DBT, Government of India, signifies our commitment to fostering collaborations, innovations, and ethical conduct in pharmaceutical research. It provides a platform for experts from diverse backgrounds to share their insights, experience, and groundbreaking discoveries in the field. To our esteemed guests and speakers, your presence here today is the testament to your dedication in the advancement of pharmaceutical sciences. Your expertise and wisdom will undoubtedly enrich our discussions and inspire our students to pursue excellence in their academic and professional endeavors. And to our dear students, you are the future of pharmaceutical research and healthcare. This conference presents a unique opportunity for you to learn from the best minds in the field, engage in the thought-provoking discussions, and expand your horizons. Seize this opportunity to network, ask questions, and absorb much knowledge as you can. So once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your participation in this conference. So may our discussions be fruitful and may contribution meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We have amongst us Honorable Professor Harish Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Maharishi Markandeshwar, deemed to be university. With several credentials in his credit, he is highly committed for his work, dedicated in all spheres of activities, and unscrupulously scaling new heights with his caliber. His dedication, vision, and unwavering commitment to excellence have always guided us through every milestone. I cordially request Honorable Professor Harish Sharma share insights with us at the gathering by a formal welcome address. Please give a huge round of applause for Sir.
Honorable Chief Guest of the Day, Professor Y.K. Gupta, who will be joining us virtually. Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor V.K. Kapoor. Other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, the delegates who are participating in this conference, the faculty members, my colleagues of various institutions, students, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. It is indeed my proud privilege to be a part of this inaugural function of this DBT-sponsored international conference under the aegis of APTI, which is being held in our campus. So at the outset, I would like to convey my gratitude to DBT as well as APTI for supporting our endeavor. I would also like to convey my gratitude to all the esteemed dignitaries and the delegates of this conference who have come to our campus despite very volatile conditions in the region and various restrictions imposed by the government. Well, we at MMDU have always been encouraging all our departments and institutes to organize such conferences and seminars because we believe that it is very important for all the faculty members and the students to participate in such conferences to update their knowledge and to stay intact with all the latest developments in the field. And it is also important for improving your professional networking also, which is also equally important. MMDU has been participating in various accreditation rankings and ratings, and I am very proud that we have been ranked with, accredited with the highest A++ accreditation by NAC. We have been placed at rank 78 by NIRF. We have been placed in the rank band of 201 to 250 in the Young Universities ranking of Times Higher Education, the universities which have been established in last 50 years. And recently we have been awarded the platinum grade by QSI Gauge. And yes, we are all aware that all these rankings, ratings and accreditations give a very high weightage to research. So it is very important that everyone in the university, not only the faculty members but the students also contribute in the research. I am very happy that in this conference some M.Pharma and PhD students will be presenting their research work. But publication only is not important. You have to understand where you are publishing as well. So the first and foremost requirement is you must know the journals in your field which are indexed in Scopus, Web of Science, PubMed. Then you need to understand the site scores so that you can have better citations for your research work. And then you must understand the H-index, and of late Times Higher Education has introduced this FWCI, the field weighted citation impact, the research influence. So it is very important to move very strategically to have the best results. All of you are doing good work, but simultaneously you have to be very aware about the latest developments and publish accordingly. But I am very happy that in this conference we will be talking about the research ethics also, which is very important for every researcher to know. I am sure that in various sessions the delegates, the students, the faculty members, they will be extremely benefited. I would like to congratulate the team of organizers, especially Dr. Sumit Gupta for having organized this conference, and I extend my best wishes for the success of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a nice informative address, for sharing your words of wisdom. We really appreciate your copious time. It's a matter of immense pleasure to have amongst us our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, AIMS Jammu, and Principal Advisor in India Global Antibiotics Research and Development. He has been awarded with several honors. To name a few includes the Indian National Science Academy Young Scientist Medal, Shakuntala Meechan Prize of India Council of Medical Research, and many more. There's a lot more to say about him, but time won't permit me to do that because of his health. We are waiting with full of evidence to listen to his words. I would like to commence the ceremony by a keynote address by our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta. Please join your hands and give a huge round of applause for sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible there?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, namaskar to everybody. And I'm extremely thankful and grateful to Dr. Smith for inviting me. And I'm extremely sorry also, apologetic, that in spite of my best effort, I did not want to miss this. But I could not help it because I was to be in Jammu, and then I was in Jammu because the Prime Minister has inaugurated and there was some follow-up. And then I had to be in some investigation in emergency in Delhi. So everything is fine. But I really miss coming there. So my congratulations to everybody and my greetings and best wishes to all the participants here. And it's a matter of pride that I am speaking at a meeting which is organized by MMDU institution, which is A++, and has ranked 70 in NIRF, which is by no means, which is a very high ranking. Just to be on to the point, because I am addressing to the pharmacists and the medical students, and just now Dr. Sumit has mentioned about the publication, so I will start with that. It is important that you work hard, you publish well, and publish in a good journal. And when you say publish in a good journal, contraindication here is the predatory journal. So never get tempted for publication with journals which are predatory, which are not peer-reviewed, because whether it is a NEC or whether it is any interview, if you are publishing a journal which is not reviewed, publish the list, but publish. It is important that you publish which has high citation and also which has a good impact factor. But today the world is looking more than impact factor on another factor which is more important, and that is called as reproducibility factor. That means the data which you have generated in your publication, in your lab, if it is not reproducible anywhere in the world or in your country, then it is not the impact factor will become dangerous if not reproduced. And that's why the credibility not only of the lab where you are working, the credibility of your institution, and later the credibility of the country will be at stake. And for that purpose, I, being the chairman of National DBT Technical Committee, we have started the training on the GLP, good laboratory practices, across the country. And I would request Dr. Smith also to, if he wants to organize, and he should organize, a training on GLP. It's not necessary that academic institutions should necessarily compulsorily follow GLP, but they have to work on a GLP mode, a GLP compliance, a GLP spirit. And that is something very important. It is important that all of us, teachers, faculty, students, and the administrators very well know the importance of GLP, GMP, GCP, and all GXP. And because that should be the mode of life, whether you are doing clinical practice, whether some of you will go in manufacturing as a GMP or things like that. I would just like to say, because many of you may be on the age when you will like to pass out and go to the academic institution, will go to the industry, or will set up your own startup. Remember, there are few important things which I always say. When you are born, and when you are a young kid, your parents are very happy, then they say that my child has a very high IQ. करता है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ आपको मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. Without मेहनत करके कुछ नहीं होता. So IQ, then this is called as a DQ, diligence quotient. So diligence quotient is equally important. Rather more important after some time. When you are working very hard, तो ज़्यादा काम तो घरा भी करता है, isn't it? That's why we call it a donkey's job. But the donkey does not have the intelligence. The donkey does not have. He does whatever the master says. So, as an intelligent person here, you must question each and everything before you do it. Do it intelligently. So, IQ, then DQ, and then what is important thing in the life is EQ, emotional quotient. हमने देखा है कि कई एक बार बहुत मेहनत कर रहे हैं, आपका पेपर का नाम फर्स्ट ऑथर में होना चाहिए, आपके गाइड ने आपका ऑथरशिप चुरा करके छीन करके अपना ऑथरशिप फर्स्ट बना लिया. आपके डायरेक्टर ने कहा भाई मैंने काम तो किया नहीं लेकिन मैं तुम्हारा बॉस हूँ, मेरा नाम फर्स्ट अनएथिकल, but then we became angry and you protested. You did not, and maybe sometimes if your girlfriend or boyfriend says यार मैं तो अब ब्रेकअप कर रहा हूँ, ये कर रही हूँ, आप तो डिप्रेशन में चले गए. एक बार फिर हुए तब डिप्रेशन में चले गए. That is EQ, which is important, becoming important. And even if you are good EQ, only few can reach, and that is what is called the AQ, attitude quotient. So if you have a good, your attitude is such कि आज आपके बॉस ने कहा कि भाई आज हमको यहाँ पे 10 फुट गड्ढा खोदना है, yeah, we have to organize conference tomorrow. Time is less, resources are less. You have to. I need a volunteer. Without any, and how many people volunteer for that? That shows the attitude of the person. Attitude becomes the most important in defense forces. Attitude becomes most important for those who go to the height. And only those who become leader, who have a high AQ, they will. So it is important for all of us to teach when you are saying A plus NAC. It does not mean that you are best in academic. It is that means you are best in producing the best human resource. And that's what industry is looking. Industry is looking for today's for a person from the the question which you are asking कि हमारा digital इसके side effect बताओ. This will not work, but this is important as a foundation. आपने कहा digital इसके side effect बताओ और आपने दिया, and एक author examiner will and more. What is not required. What is important thing, you must think what can be the critical point, and that is what is called as a critical thinking. The skill of developing critical thinking is more important, and the skill of doing innovation. Today we talk of innovation, and that's why I always say that always think how you can think differently, and that requires the blue sky thinking process. Blue sky जब thinking करते हैं तो लोग हमको कहते हैं बेवकूफ, लेकिन वही जिसको हम they will become industrialists, pharma industry owners. So don't think, I often ask the question that what you plan to do. I want to become faculty, I want to become an advisor. Don't think that always that what are the job prospects here. And that is what important thing is. And you can see the example of the chief of Cipla, Cadila, and you can just see the chief of even simple mankind was a medical representative, but he thought differently. that आप लोग जब innovative सोचने लगेंगे, then you will think that what are the new drugs which are required, what are the new formulations which are required, and how to work for that. When, and I usually say, Goodman, Gilman, or any other textbooks, or maybe XYZ textbooks, conventional method, you read textbook and go and vomit out in the examination. That's not the modern, the current method of learning. Current method of learning is that you see what is happening in the country, and then refer to books, then see, say for example, I share the communication list of essential medicine, and we want to find out who are the new young generation pharmacologists and pharma professionals who can give us advice कि ये तरीका होना चाहिए नेशनल लिस्ट ऑफ एसेंशियल मेडिसिन में दवाई को डालना. Drugs most commonly used है. If there is a two analgesics, there are two statins, there are two glutazones, then what is the difference between A and B? Based on efficacy, safety, and most importantly, pharmacoeconomics, the cost effectiveness. And then you bring out a common factor that this is the drug, in my opinion, based on these logics, this is the drug which should be prioritized, and that is what we are looking for, critical thinking. And that can always come that you have a broader knowledge. Now, we also think that devices, now country is looking for the entrepreneur, young entrepreneur who can create a mechanism to make devices in India. Quality control, how to make the device. एक device को हमने बना लिया. How to validate these devices. How to improve this, how to innovate these devices. And that's why you might have seen that the government of India in this budget has given 1,000 crore rupees for pharmaceutical institutions and the laboratories to link together the industry so as to have more devices. So that it is also important that when you look as a pharmacist, I would just say, हम अगर आप देखें अपने मेडिकल कॉलेज के बाहर जाओ या किसी अस्पताल के बाहर जाओ और generally you might have also seen that the patient gets a prescription from a doctor. और ये prescription न तो patient के prescription समझ में आता है, न तो उसके मरीज को समझ में आता है, क्योंकि इसकी राइटिंग ऐसी लिखी है कि उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड भी नहीं समझ सकती. उसकी राइटिंग ऐसी लिखी है कि सिर्फ एक केमिस्ट समझ सकता है, और राइटिंग उसकी ऐसी लिखी है कि लिखना है उसको डाइफेंटॉन लिखना है, लेकिन उसको उसकी स्पेलिंग पूरी नहीं पता, तो डी लिख करके उसने कुछ लिख दिया, एंड ही गेट एन एक्सक्यूज कि मेरी हैंडराइटिंग खराब है. परहैप्स उसकी हैंडराइटिंग नहीं खराब है, उसको इंग्लिश की स्पेलिंग ही नहीं पता डॉक्टर को. उसकी पूरी डिजास्टर कैन बी इफ इट इज रिटन एज डिजॉक्सिन. You wanted to write digoxin, and the chemist has given Digene or diphenylhydrintoin or anything vice versa. Nothing but death is certain. And that is what has called for digitalization of the prescription. If you, many times the patient comes कि भाई इसको हम एक बार लें, 3 बार लें, दूध के साथ लें, गर्म पानी के साथ लें. Patient anxiety, this leads to poor patient compliance, leads to poor adherence. The major cause has been poor adherence and poor patient compliance because doctor ने ये नहीं बताया उसको कि इसको 6 महीने या 1.5 साल and patient खत्म हो गया. उसने कहा डॉक्टर के पास क्यों है. The bottom line is the role of pharmacist here is so critical to tell the patient his and this entire thing, and this is what innovation is. And I am very happy that one of the organization has come up with IIT startup only and has employed a lot of pharmacists to upload the prescription and then act as a KYP, know your prescription. This will reduce the drug interaction and patient adherence. So that is what we have to work for. The pharmacist or the profession which you are creating should be such, question each every rule and think that कि इसमें कुछ change हो रहा है कि नहीं change होना है. Now we are revising our NDCT. We are also revising the regulations, and the regulator of the country, regulator of the state, नया रेगुलेशन क्या होना चाहिए. ऑल्टरनेट एनिमल्स का मॉडल है जो कि हम रेगुलेशन में डाल सकें. इन विट्रो मॉडल जो 3R प्रिंसिपल्स है वो डाल सकें. So that is what you have to be critical thinking. So I am sure that ये जो international conference है जो DBT sponsored है, you must also see कि DBT की वेबसाइट पे भी आप जाके देखोगे अगर उसने स्पॉन्सर किया. How many opportunities DBT created for you? DBT is now even giving funds for idea. This is called the idea fund. If you have a wonderful idea, you can get up to 5 lakh rupees. You can get for startups. There is a BIREC which can give you a lot of funding, matching funding, and I think Mullana would be one of the best institutions. And I can go on, but I understand this is late, and I really miss this opportunity very badly that I could not come and address you all. But I will look for any other opportunity, and I congratulate the organizers, particularly Dr. Sumit Gupta and the entire management of this institution. Congratulations to all of you, and my best wishes and greetings to all the members, delegates who are attending this, and I'm sure that this 2 days will be very, very fruitful. Thank you very much. Warm greetings to all of you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your applaudable knowledge and great experience, and for joining us virtually in spite of your health issues. We are really overwhelmed by your gracious presence. Now I would like to request Honorable Professor Harish Sharma to facilitate our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Professor Y.K. Gupta, with a token of honor as an expression of our gratitude. As sir is connected with us in virtual mode, kindly accept our gesture. We feel incredibly privileged.
Thank you. I'm really overwhelmed, and I'm really obliged.
Thank you very much.
And I would be very happy if the graduates or people who are attending here can be very, very useful in the setup where I'm sitting here. This is the emergency setup of all Indian medical sciences, so that people can get the best of the medicine, accurate medicine, in timely, without any issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All the best wishes for your health as well. Now I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Harish Tureja, President APTI MMDU Rohtak, for his keynote address. And treat members of the audience to give a huge round of applause for sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Today's chief guest who joined virtually, Professor Y.K. Gupta, Professor V.K. Kapoor, the guest of honor, Professor Harish Sharma, the Vice Chancellor, Mahishima Kandeshwar University, our mentors, Professor B.S. Bhoop and Professor P.P. Katai, Dr. Satish Khattar, Dr. Jyoti Sain, Professor Sumit Gupta, and Dr. Dinesh Mehta, faculty members, the guests of the dais, and dear students. Greetings from the APTI Central Branch as well as the Haryana State Branch. On the behalf of APTI, I welcome you all in this international conference. The title is well chosen by the organizer, looking into the ethics and the fight of pharmaceutical research. Professor MMDUMULLANA, our central president, could not make possible to reach here today, and he has shared his best wishes to the team of Professor Sumit Gupta for this organization of this 2 days conference. So I on my behalf and the behalf of APTI congratulate Professor Sumit Gupta and his team for this wonderful event. I hope this 2 days event will be fruitful for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. In the same lane, have amongst us our honorable guest of honor, an eminent personality, Honorable Professor Dr. V.K. Kapoor, Emeritus Professor, UIPS, Punjab University, Chandigarh. I would like to invite Sir to share a few words with us. Sir, please come.
My greetings to all the dignitaries, Professor Y.K. Gupta. It was a very inspiring and stimulating address you made today. I wish you could be physically present here to stimulate all the young students. I recall the days when Copial Commission and ICMR together. Professor Harish Sharma, worthy Vice Chancellor of this university. Professor Sumit Gupta, the Dean of School of Pharmacy. Other dignitaries on the dais, which include many luminaries like Dr. Bhoop, Dr. Kadare, and all others members, and of the dais dignitaries, my friends from Punjabi University, Patiala, esteemed faculty members of the MMDU University, the delegates, the dear students, researchers, and ladies and gentlemen. I had the chance of visiting MMDU University about 2 decades ago when I interacted with its Chancellor, Mr. Tarseem Garg. The university was at its infant stage, and what I see after 20 years, it is a magnificent infrastructure, and it has come up to the level of one of the finest university, not only in Haryana, but all through India. This university is taking care for the aspirations of many rural and urban youths who try to make their career in various professional system of integration should be carried out. First of all, the majority of them, 95% agreed that yes, the allopathic system should be integrated with the Ayurvedic system. So we have to take it that direction. Now, Ayurvedic system is one of the oldest and has given you treasures of medicine. Whatever they have written there, the recent researches which have been carried out in medical schools or pharmaceutical schools have proved that what they have postulated in their own system is true. I'll be brief and will give you some examples that Ayurvedic system does not believe in single quotient, single chemical quotient present in the plant, but they believe that the plant will be beneficial if all the quotients are given. That is, they are in the form of extract. And this has been proved by several examples. The first example which came was the case of berberis. Now, berberis is an antimicrobial drug which has berberine as a main constituent. Now, berberine is antiprotozoal, but its efficacy gets increased by 5-methoxyhydrocarbon, which is also present in berberis. 5-methoxyhydrocarbon doesn't have antiprotozoal or antibiotic activity, but it potentiates the action of the berberine present in berberis species. Similarly, it has been noted that flavonoidal constituents, they increase the efficacy of certain plant drugs. For example, hypericin, which is used in the cases of depression. When the flavonoidal constituents are mixed with hypericin, its antipsychotic or antidepressant activity gets increased. Similar is the case of artemisinin, and similar is the case of antispasmodic drug atropine. When they are given along with flavonoidal constituents, their efficacy increases. So, the traditional method of giving the Ayurvedic drug, not as a single component, but as a multi-component, has got its own value. There are many more examples in this regard, but due to paucity of time, I'll stop here, and I wish you all very fruitful deliberations in the 2 days conference. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir, for your applaudable knowledge and words of wisdom. I think this is what the experts are there for. You always fill our mind with complete knowledge. Success of any event lies in the words of wisdom from the visionaries and best wishes, and support from the near and dear one. All the messages and best wishes are gathered in the form of a souvenir. I would like to request all the dignitaries for the release of this memorable souvenir. are delighted to share the release of our new books entitled Natural Product Chemistry and Bioactivity, Biochemical Analysis, a Practical Guidebook, by our eminent guest of honor, Honorable Professor V.K. Kapoor, Emeritus Professor, UIPS. I request all the dignitaries to release the cover page of the book. I request the audience to give a huge round of applause for the upcoming books. In the same series, there are another upcoming book on emerging trends in cancer pharmacology from molecular targets to personalized medicine in academic press and imprint of Elsevier by faculty of College of Pharmacy, Professor Dr. Sukhbir Singh and Professor Dr. Neelam Sharma. Another book entitled Targeting Angiogenesis Inflammation and Oxidative Stress in Chronic Diseases in 2024 in academic press. I would like to call upon stage the editor of the book, Professor Dr. Sukhbir Singh and Professor Dr. Neelam Sharma. Thank you very much. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Another major achievement includes launching of a new software by a student, Mr. Himanshu Kumar, under his startup initiative, Time Tune Technology. The main endeavor of this innovative startup is prevention of animal cruelty, and this venture would definitely be beneficial for the experimental protocols. In the same chain,
and I'm here as a co-founder and Chief Technology Officer of Time Tune Technologies. And I'm here to reveal a product which is meant for budding pharmacists. This is actually an animal stimulator software which is completely designed to give you a freedom of everything in the research or academics of the pharmaceutical sciences. Here we have designed a software which is 5 hours of savior, and this is fulfilling the purpose of giving you a freedom of everything, from choosing a drug to choosing a virtual animal to choosing your own amount of drug. And we are getting a realistic result apart from those currently available tools in which we have a pre-feed data that is coming from a front-end software, and we do not have any realistic output of that software. So we are here with our product to give you a completely freedom and a realistic output from our software. So we are presenting you the 5 hours of savior, which is meant for you as a pharmacist, as a researcher, and as a teacher to track the students everything, like their attendance, their performance, their knowledge, and everything. We have 4 types of functions in this software. We give laboratory trainings, we give research opportunities, we give freedom to choose animals according to you, and each and every drug with your own concentration without giving any harm to any animals. Thank you.
Lots of congratulations, Himanshu, for this incredible venture. In the same chain, there is a launch of pharmaconutrigenomic services by Dr. Tarun under his startup named Tashvi Healthcare Services Private Limited. I request Dr. Tarun to come forward. Thank you very much, all the respected dignitaries. Now I humbly request Professor Harish Sharma to felicitate our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, with a token of honor as an expression of our gratitude. I request Professor Harish Sharma to felicitate our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Dr. V.K. Kapoor, with a token of honor. I entreat members of the audience to give a huge round of applause for our guest of honor. Thank you, sir. I request Now I request Professor Sumit Gupta to felicitate our esteemed guest, Dr. Satish Khattar, Observer, Haryana Medical Council, with a token of honor. Please give a huge round of applause for Sir. Please join your hands. Thank you very much, sir. Now we will be proceeding for the technical sessions one by one.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sabha Majid.
And my name is Anish Sharma.
And we'll be your hosts for the day. We take this privilege on behalf of the entire family of Maharishi Markandeshwar deemed to be university and welcome our esteemed guests, speakers and beloved audience to this DBT-sponsored international conference under the aegis of APTI on research ethics, clinical therapeutics and phytopharmaceutical drug research, organized by College of Pharmacy in association with Institute of Medical Science and Research and College of Nursing.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceeding to the first lecture of the day. The chairperson for the first lecture would be Professor Dr. Gulshan Bansal, Punjabi University Patiala, and Professor Dr. Gurpreet, Punjab University Chandigarh. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for spending your ample time with us. I do request Dr. Neelam, Professor at College of Pharmacy, to present a welcome token on behalf of our entire team to Professor Dr. Gurpreet Kaur. I request both of you to please come up on the stage. I request Dr. Neelam, Professor at College of Pharmacy, to present a welcome token to Dr. Gurpreet Kaur. Thank you so much, ma'am. I do request Dr. Jasmine, Associate Professor at College of Pharmacy, to present a welcome token to our Professor Dr. Gulshan Bansal. I request them to please join us on the stage.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I request the guests please take their respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the first lecture of the day will be delivered by Professor Dr. Bhupendra Singh Bhoop, Professor Emeritus and Chief Mentor Professor Emeritus and Chief Mentor at Chitkara University. Dr. Bhupendra Singh Bhoop, Professor at the University Institute of Pharmaceutical Science and Founder Coordinator, National UGC Center for Excellence in Nano Biomedical Applications, Punjab University, Chandigarh, was recently bestowed upon with Professor D.V.S. Jain Best Researcher Award and Best Publication Award. The awards were presented to him by Professor Raj Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Punjab University, and Professor A. Raghuram Rao, Director, NIPER, Mohali. Acclaimed globally for his scientific specific work, especially in the domain of novel nanomedicines using QVD, Professor Bhoop has earned to his credit over 360 original publications, 15 books, 5 patents, and tech transfers of 2 nanostructured drug delivery technologies to pharma industry. A widely traveled scientist. There are many more awards to his credit. I'll fall short of words. Now, I cordially request our chairpersons to please join us on the stage and present the sapling to our speaker, Professor Dr. Bhupendra Singh Bhoop. I request Professor Dr. Gulshan Bansal and Professor Dr. Gurpreet Kaur to please join us on the stage. Thank you so much, sir, ma'am. I'd like to hand over the dais to our speaker, Professor Dr. Bhupendra Singh Bhoop, sir. The stage is all yours, sir.
For very nice anchoring and for cutting short with the introduction. So I think this was a couple of years old bio sketch which you were referring to. Today, with His grace and with these blessings of seniors like Professor Kapoor, we have 430 plus publications. The topic that has been entrusted to me because of the theme of the conference, which was oriented around ethics, that how to be an adept pharmaceutical scientist with the help of ethical research publishing. And my friend Professor Katare has advised me to be in time so that his lecture time is not eaten away, which is immediately following his lecture. So I'll try to, I am setting my stopwatch on so that I am well in time. So enough to discuss with respect to that. This is how I have structured my talk. A little bit about research methodology and then publishing. And research, as everybody knows, it's to reveal something novel and innovative which is not known earlier, and or it could be to extend the human knowledge from what is currently existing, or to present or publish the findings of somebody else in a different way, to decipher in a different way. We know that drugs like aspirin, have been come out by thinking, by finding its uses, other than as analgesic and anti-rheumatic and anti-inflammatory. And what it endeavors for, aims for, to gain familiarity with a phenomenon, to determine the frequency with which a phenomenon tends to occur and cause and effect relationship. And to add is human, and scientist knows about that, but the kind of errors which scientists can commit may be honest errors, which are pardonable, negligent errors, which are unintentional errors but not pardonable, which can be certainly avoidable, but certainly, deliberate errors are to be taken care of, and the person is likely to be, penalized for the same. Publishing is not only science, it's an art as well, and it must be carried out following carrying out of good research. Miller told if it wasn't published, it wasn't done. So I think we can take 100 lessons from this. Many times very good thesis tends to be adorning our diets and our rules, but hardly it is turning out to be part of the scientific mainstream through publication. And publication is an arduous and wearisome journey, as this tool is telling. Till the paper gets accepted, you have to cross so many hurdles. Elsevier, largest online publisher of scientific journals, in 2007, around 17 years back, raised, is there any crisis in publishing ethics, and gave some data itself, that as many, I'm talking about 2007, they gave this data that almost 2 lakh articles out of the 17 million articles on the PubMed are either plagiarized or duplicates, and some 70 research papers by one Dr. Patiam Chiranjeevi of Sri Venkateswara University between these 3 years were also known to be either falsified or plagiarized, so on and so forth. Now we need to understand what are these scientific manipulations, ethical manipulations in research. Number one, which is very common and frequently occurring lapse on the ethical publishing, is plagiarism, which is adoption or reproduction of somebody else's work as your own. Self-plagiarism is getting the credit of the same kind of publication more than once. Fabrication is you are making up the data was not there, but you made it up, you cooked it. And falsification is you got a different kind of data, but you changed it, that's falsification. Ghostwriting is obtaining the assistance, of any other person, but not involving him in the authorship. So he's an anonymous ghostwriter, cheating, making fraudulent exercises in getting the publication of a work, bribery, paying money or accepting money, sabotage, all these kinds of scientific manipulations, when they come out to be like a scam, then, it's the magnanimous proportion, so it's called as sabotage, and, professional misconduct when it turns out to be a fraud kind. The volume is much more. So plagiarism, the act of presenting another's works or idea as your own, it may range from the unreferenced use of the published ideas or even research grant applications. So as a senior, pharmaceutical scientist, we keep getting, many, grant applications, to study. And sometimes, at the back of the mind, around 10, 15 years back, when I started, evaluating those proposals, it used to come, the negative part of it, why shouldn't I use this idea and, implement it in my research? This is a very good idea, or on some other drug candidate. So this is also a kind of plagiarism. It can occur at any stage of planning, research, or writing. All sources need to be disclosed. That is very important aspect of any article, to be free from plagiarism. So it's an act to write or present somebody else's work as your own without attributing it to the original authors. Control C, Control V, Control X, and Control V are the keys to plagiarism. Originality is the key to plagiarism. This guy tells, what do you mean all my facts are wrong? I copied everything from the internet, how can they be, It's a case of plagiarism. And this small kid, is complaining to his father that I got an F on the report which you prepared it for me. And the father is, exclaimed with anger, that is outrageous, I'll get that teacher fired. I stole that report years ago from the web and got an A on it, you are getting an F on it. This is because of plagiarism. So this is the case of the person who sued all other people. He was the first to post his message on Twitter when Twitter started in early 2010s, and he wrote, I'm having coffee, and many other people, many other persons also wrote, I'm also having coffee. Somebody wrote, I'm having filter coffee. Somebody wrote, I prefer, tea. And he sued every one of them that they have plagiarized me, But the court ruled out, because this is common information. Common information cannot be considered as a case of plagiarism. People have their own definitions, very interesting definition. These are two fraternal identical twins, and the girl on the left side was born 3 minutes earlier than the girl on the right side. The one who was born earlier calls herself as Control C, and the other one as Control V, copy paste. And the guy tells what I called creative recycling. People are calling it plagiarism. And very interesting definition. It's not called as plagiarism anymore, madam. It's called as pre-packaged originality. And this is something, very hilarious. And this girl who's doing her PhD says, stealing from one person is plagiarism, but stealing from so many is research. So one gets tempted to plagiarism very easily. Oh no, this lady tells, I forgot to do that 12-page assignment which is due tomorrow. If I don't copy it, I'll fail. And this boss tells, I need you to do a presentation on the topic of plagiarism. If you don't have time to prepare anything, just steal something off the internet. So plagiarism is the tool which is being, percolated in day-to-day practice. Look at these examinees who are writing an essay on how important ethics in today's society, and look at their ethical spirits. And self-plagiarism is getting the credit for the same kind of work more than once. And in this regard, could you increase the volume, please? I think due to paucity of time, I can cut it short, this video. Here, the teacher says, that you can cite the procedural part from one of the publications which we, published earlier. But the younger guy tells, no ma'am, I have been taught at the university, a preparatory course, where this is called as a self-plagiarism. Self-plagiarism? How can that be? This is my own work, she tells. No, even if it is your own work, you have to re-paraphrase. You have to put it in your own words. That's very important. So mosaic plagiarism. Mosaic plagiarism is intelligent plagiarism. So one example I have shared, the artist employed, this is one sentence, artist employed myriad colors to illustrate the transformation from the dream world to reality. Now the sentence that has been formed is, the painter used many colors to show the change from the imaginary world to actuality. Now in this case, no plagiarism software can detect it as a case of plagiarism, because instead of artist, it's painter, instead of employed, it's used, instead of myriad, it's many, instead of illustrated, it's show, instead of transformation, it's change, instead of dream world, it is imaginary world, instead of reality, it is actuality. But all those synonyms have been used. This is called as intelligent plagiarism, which no software can detect, or also called as mosaic plagiarism. The correct usage could have been myriad colors within quotes were used by the painter to show the within quotes transformation from the dream world to reality. How do I avoid plagiarism? So always reference the work of others, put the words of others in the quotation marks. Although this doesn't work in science, this does work in social sciences. Seek the requisite permission of the people or the authors whose work you are citing, maybe tables and the figures, or maybe the publishers who own the copyright of those papers. Can it be ever accidental? Plagiarism, it's always deliberate exercise. Avoiding plagiarism, 3 types of information you need to cite: words, ideas, and graphics. Not only words, ideas and graphics are also to be taken care of. So what is not called as plagiarism? Your own information. And that's your information. Said, who is the president of the country, prime minister of the country? If I tell that Mr. Modi is the prime minister, somebody else says Mr. Modi is the prime minister, he has not plagiarized me. It's a common information. It's common information anybody can use. Common knowledge that most people are aware of. This is not case of plagiarism. So how do we avoid? Let's do our own work, establish our own voice, do our research carefully, keep copies of our drafts with us. If you are a research mentor, keep a copy with your student. If you are a student, vice versa. Make sure your document is properly constructed and the sources are correctly cited, so on and so forth. 3 important aspects: cite, paraphrase, and summarize. These things are the strategies to avoid plagiarism. Again, this is not properly audible to cut short of time. So this professor tells exactly, you will not be able to use your words, you have to use the keywords. But using that keywords, you have to make your own sentence to avoid plagiarism. One must realize that almost all the ethical violations do get exposed sooner or later. Earlier it is the award, later when you are found it is the fraud. And one example is Dr. Fried Zakaria, who was considered to be the best paid anchor at CNN and Time. But in August 2012, he happened to write an article in the one of the most popular magazine, Time, How Guns Won. And in that, he found some tangible piece of information from another magazine called as New Yorker and plagiarized. And he was accused of plagiarism, and the case was investigated, and investigation was found to be true. The guy who was paid maximally for his anchorship, his career was doomed, practically doomed. For years together, he was not seen on television. He used to be the heartthrob of the people, but he apologized that it's a terrible but unintentional mistake. Another example, Canada PM faces plagiarism claim. He was accused of self-plagiarism, of using the same kind of speech twice in 2003, and he had to apologize in the Canadian Parliament. Similarly, the similar case was met with George Bush too, and he in this case, the aide of the principal secretary of the president had to resign. And in India too, in 2012, this happened. The principal scientific advisor of the then president, the then prime minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, he prepared a speech for Dr. Manmohan Singh, which he presented in Lok Sabha, and one of the opposition members accused that this is a piece of this is a plagiarized piece because this is borrowed from NIH. So for that, the principal scientific advisor, none other than Bharat Ratna Dr. C.N. Rao, had to apologize, and the matter was settled. But it's not the case that every time the matter is settled. So in this case, the Dr. Marshalkar, the Director General of CSIR in 2007, was also accused of using some information which was tabled in Parliament, which was plagiarized because the source was not cited. So he had to resign. He had to withdraw that report, and he had to resign. John Bon Jovi was sued for $400 billion. It takes a while writing zeros in a billion. I think 12 zeros, nine zeros in a billion, and multiply this with 85 and multiply with that 400. This was the amount he was sued for plagiarizing the lyrics of a song, but the matter was settled out of court by paying almost 5% of the price. And in India and other countries, we are not much concerned about the educational standards of the leaders. But in Europe, you must be already aware, particularly in Germany, they tend to elect people who are highly qualified. This guy, Dr. Karl Theodor, he was stripped of his PhD degree in 2011 due to the plagiarism charge being proved against him, and he had to relinquish the charge of being the minister of defense minister of Germany. Similarly, the education minister had to follow in 2013 because of her PhD degree being found to be plagiarized. And in India, when the daughter of the then president Trump, Ivanka Trump, used a speech, and Madam Hillary Clinton, hue and cry that this is a plagiarized speech which she delivered sometime back in US during elections, and she had to apologize. Again, the matter was settled. So such is the, you know, seriousness and gravity of the matter when we use the plagiarized information. Now this guy, you know, I'll cut it short. He was stripped of his principalship in 2018 because his PhD thesis was found to be plagiarized years ago. And very recently in 23, Stanford University president had to resign because his lab data had been found to be plagiarized, and so on and so forth. You know, I myself have encountered many issues. One, as adjudicator of a journal, we found total plagiarism, and one of my articles was found to be totally plagiarized due to want of the time, paucity of time. I'll cut both of these short. So these were the cases where I myself encountered. In fact, academic staff college in Punjab University had been asking me to talk about this topic of ethical issues in research, but I didn't consider its importance till my own publication was totally plagiarized. You know. So this was Asian Journal of Pharmaceutical and Clinical Research, where our article was totally found to be plagiarized. So he withdrew his publication and the editorial. That's Asian Journal of Pharmaceutical Sciences' first case of plagiarism. So what can it lead to? It can lead to the withdrawal of the work, parent notification, the referral to the administrator, the head of the department or the vice chancellor, suspension or dismissal, and certainly loss of reputation in the community, and blacklisting by the publishers, whosoever was publishing that journal or book. So in India, although it's considered as a small crime, but in countries like US and Philippines, it's called as a felony. Between crime and default, it's called as felony. So you can be, charged between $100 to $50,000 for, one case of plagiarism. And in US, it can be, the penalty can be with 2.5 lakh, $0.25 million. And of course, up to 10 years in jail. But in India, of course, the rules are quite lax. So there are softwares to check, authenticate, which is used by most journals, and Urkund, which is supplied by UGC Greatest, and Turnitin, which is very, very popular in the university practices. And there are some open source software which are freely available in the, on the web as well. And there are one free online plagiarism checker available. Those who are interested, I can pass on this information after the talk. And there are books and books written on plagiarism. Little bit about fabrication and falsification. So in nutshell, I'll get back over here. Falsification is changing data, and fabrication is data was not existing, you made up, cooking data. And plagiarism is, of course, copying the data. Lying is equivalent to falsification, cheating is equivalent to fabrication, and copying is equivalent plagiarism. Salami slicing. It is, considered to be, again, not very easy task to identify, because part of the information, will be used for the next, this called as salami slicing. And bribery. Bribery is paying or accepting money for getting your work published. Sabotage, when you work for the publication of another person. You work for the research or publication of another person. So this is a very serious and classical example of Dr. Vipul Bhigu, a PhD from India, who went to University of Michigan in 2012 to do his postdoc, 2010, to do his postdoc, but he was, somewhat disturbed by one of his fellows being very close to his guide because of her work. She happened to be a Japanese girl, but out of jealousy and envy and competitiveness, he tried to spoil the experiment, the Western plot experiment, and he was caught red-handed. This work, this issue, this story was published in none other than Nature Journal in 2010, and I have brought one clip again, due to paucity of time, I bypassed. This has been obtained from University of Michigan by request, where Dr. Vipul Bhrigu was found caught-handed, caught red-handed by a web camera installed nearby by that Japanese girl, because she was, having some skepticism that my work is getting deliberately spoiled. Ghostwriting, somebody else working for you, and Mom, I need you to ghostwrite my article. And ChatGPT. This is the recent software which we use, and this is an app on many of the laptops and many of the mobiles, with which you can plagiarize officially, without letting it, detected by most of the software. But there are softwares which can detect it. I'll come to that, a little bit later. Frauds, that scientific misconduct. See, cat was cloned, and 2002 rabbits were cloned, 2003 mule was cloned, 2004 bull was cloned. All these, claims have been made in literature, and human cloning was done in 2004, 2000, so on and so forth. All these subsequently turned out to be frauds. They were not found to be, authentic, and people had to apologize. Their careers were doomed, like this guy, Dr. Woo Suk Hwang. And one such guy from, Punjab University itself, Professor Kapoor, sir may be remembering, that's Vishnujit Gupta, Vijay Gupta. When we joined, he was the Dean Students Welfare of the Punjab University and head of the Department of Geology Department. 400 plus publications he had, 450 publications, and 18 were leveled against, And this work was, again, this smart guy is Dr. Vijay Gupta, Dr. Vishnujit Gupta. And he, plagiarized. He made such colossal amount of, fabrication, plagiarism, falsification. He stole some fossils from University of Wales Museum in UK and planted them in Panchkula, Nadasab area, and then took out an expedition and those fossils to be, excavated by him and his team, and reported the same in none other but Nature Journal. But subsequently, another scientist, Dr. Talent, found out that these, fossils cannot be from Indian origin. There is something hanky-panky, something mysterious, something special. So he traced that such type of fossils I saw at University of Wales Museum. So he contacted them. Even in those days, no email, no phone was there. Through snail mail, it was found out that such fossils have been pilfered from the museum, and Dr. Vijay Gupta, along with one of his research associates, had visited very recently the museum. So his career was doomed. He was fitted for the next vice chancellorship, way back in 1990s. So, but his career was doomed, and he had to first get suspended. Then he was asked to resign himself, or the university will terminate. So he resigned and led an anonymous life thereon. Similarly, at Bell Laboratories, scientific fraud was conducted, and it was reported in Nature Physics. In China, almost 70 false crystals reported. In Russia, 1/3 of the dissertations were found to be plagiarized, which is a very magnificent figure. So since 2008, plagiarism check is very essential, considered very essential in case of Russia. But there have been charges of serious plagiarism against the current reigning president, that Putin has been, which have not been able to be proved because he remained in power. Whistleblowing is reporting unethical practices. In this case, very recently, 22, NASA also, came across some whistleblowers. Puppeteer, that is the information I wish to share, which is very recent. Puppeteer and Detection Watch are very good sources, online sources, which can find out the whistleblowing, which can whistleblow, and which can also find out, the cases of the articles which have been plagiarized using software like ChatGPT. Cheating is an art of smart people. Most people may be agreeing, but I do not. In fact, it is the temptation of the people for small shortcuts. So what allures us is the mounting pressures, academic pressure, competitions, scarcer funding, performance, which is evaluation based on the basis of number of research papers, etc., and the casual evaluation of the papers and allurement towards short-term successes. So I'm going to short in the next couple of minutes. Lot of ado about ethics and ethics, bioethics, and there are organizations like Committee on Biopublication Ethics, which tend to take care of this, and we have a couple of publications on research publication, and some do's and don'ts out of this. Those who are interested, I can pass it on to those faculty members or research scholars. I proposed hail ethical norms for honesty, animal care, integrity, legality, etc. And then there are some online management sites and UGC policies which do not allow to go beyond 10% of similarity, but beyond 80%, no marks will be given, And since 2018, all PhD theses have to be looked into. Urban is slide it is. So we have 435 publications, of course, conforming to these ethical standards, some awards and recognitions, India and beyond, some awards to my students, some books, and are licensed in the industry, mostly with respect to the training purposes. And these were the journals where our articles were published for ethics. So UIPS ranking number 2 in 2016, and since then there is no looking back, and we belong to an institute which was once governed by Professor Kishan Singh, late Professor Kishan Singh, whom we lost a couple of years back, the only Padma awardee, and we tend to follow the standards which he laid down, and that by Professor Kapoor, who's sitting right in front of us. मंजिल तो मिल ही जाएगी, जरा भटक के सही, गुमराह तो लोग हैं जो घर से निकले ही नहीं. Success is a journey, not a destination. Journey to destination is straight, but the colors around us sometimes distract us, and we get tempted to follow shortcuts, learning our moral values, get denigrated in our own values, falling into ditch. Then we call for his invisible hands, and the only source of ethical conscientiousness is he and him. So we can get attuned to him and pray for that ethical conscientiousness. Try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of ethics. Let's commit to this path, ethical path always. We gratefully acknowledge important textual and web sources, especially web tools. These are the important sources, else my presentation will also be considered as a case of plagiarism. So this is our team while at UIPS 2018, I think 18 or 19. Professor Katare, my collaborator, my friend, professional, personal, spiritual, is and our team, over here. This is for you. Thanks. And any questions which we can answer later on, depending on chairpersons. I managed to do within 34.5 minutes, Professor Katare. Thank you so much for patiently listening.
Thank you, sir. We can have a couple of questions. Yes, any questions, please?
It's a very contemporary topic.
Sir, would you like to explain, sir? I'd like to know about salami switching.
Salami slicing.
Yeah,
Salami slicing is, you tend to publish a work, and part of that published work, you tend to reproduce in the next publication.
Okay.
Means slicing. And again, you do not publish it in a holistic sense as a whole, but part, slice, and again reproduce in the next article.
Sir, like if I am reporting some work and this similar kind of work I am reporting in the next. So if I rephrase it, then it won't be like that. But if it is reproduced in the same way, then you say it's reproduced in the same language.
Yeah.
Then you say it will be salami slicing or it will be, say, plagiarism.
Yeah, in fact, salami slicing today is also detectable, because of the language issues. But what the smart people are doing, they tend to plagiarize and use the interactive programs like DBT, rephrase it, paraphrase it, and use it in another journal smartly. But Papier and Detection Watch can help detect that kind of intelligent plagiarism using ChatGPT as well.
Actually, that kind of thing which you are talking about, salami slicing, sir, this is partly self-plagiarism and also
part self-plagiarism. Partial self-plagiarism.
Partial self-plagiarism.
Yeah.
And also, you see, splitting the bigger work into smaller works so that we can increase the number of publications.
Yeah.
So that is actually the solution we can say. So actually, for that also, the UGC has made it very clear that self-plagiarism is a crime. And if we have to report our earlier work in our new work, then we have to reference it. Without referencing, we cannot.
Citing and paraphrasing, these two are the important keys. We don't have to leave any work which has been borrowed from literature and without citing it appropriately.
Yes. And one of the repercussions of plagiarism or unethical publishing is paper retraction, which is now coming up very fast. In last year, from January 23 to December 23, more than 5,000 papers have been retracted, and most of them are from medicine.
So brings enormously bad name to the institute, to the scientists, and to the country.
Yes, sir.
To the country.
And sir, this is very important to understand at the student level and even at the teacher level also. See this quantum of this paper retraction is so great nowadays that India, topmost country, which is alleged of this paper retraction, which is suffering paper retraction, which is alleged of plagiarism or data manufacturing, that is China, followed by India and US.
Oh. So in every negativity we tend to be,
sir, from 2006 to 2023, 2006 to 2020, in those 14 years, 58 papers of IIT faculty, they are retracted.
Even at Punjab University, the considered university.
CDRI
Very
Lucknow.
serious, very serious.
Then we have Annamalai University.
So we tend to use the phrase catch them young. So in sports and other activities, we have to teach this kind of habit while at school levels,
Yes.
A school going primary school levels, that because I have prepared, I have had you in preparing this assignment on astronauts, cosmonauts, whatnot, and now cite the sources. यहाँ से ये चीज लिया था, यहाँ से ये चीज लिया था, इसको cite only. So develop that habit. Help them out in preparing and compiling, very useful, very decorative presentations. But tell them, guide them, steer them, and assure that they tend to cite the sources. They do not tend to claim the authorship for which they do not have the real credit.
Yes, sir.
So this habit has to be inculcated while in the schools. So they will not be in fact manipulating. In the
So
system.
that was a very pertinent topic which we all should know about, particularly the young generation, that because the culture of control C, control V, control X, control V is very popular. Right, so that was a very wonderful talk, sir. Now I request my co-chairperson, Dr. Gurpreet, to sum up the session, please.
Thank you so much.
So, I stand before you all profoundly moved by the sheer brilliance and depth of the insight offered by our distinguished speaker in today's international conference. Your words were not merely spoken, sir, they wove a spellbinding narrative of the ethical integrity and the intellectual stewardship that left an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. So, as we reflect on the wisdom imparted by you, sir, let us recommit ourselves to the noble pursuit of ethical publishing, guided by the timeless principles of integrity, transparency, and compassion. So may your words continue to inspire us for excellence and to uphold the highest standards of ethical conduct in this world of research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gulshan Bansal and Professor Gurpreet, for chairing this section so immaculately. I am getting many points, shared by you and carrying home for practice and adoption. Thank you so much.
Sir, I'd just like to correct. I am Dr. Gurpreet from Punjabi University, Patiala. I am an alum at Punjab University, Chandigarh. And I have studied, I am fortunate enough to study, have studied at the level.
So nice. Proud student. Proud student. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dignitaries, for your wisdom and knowledge. Your times and efforts are much appreciated. With this, I do request our chair session members, Professor Dr. Gulshan Bansal and Professor Dr. Gurpreet Kaur, to felicitate our guest and speaker, Professor Dr. Bhupender Singh. Now I do request Dr. Seema Bansal to felicitate our chairperson members, Professor Dr. Gurpreet Kaur. I invite Dr. Akash Jain to felicitate our chair session member, Professor Dr. Gulshan Bansal. Thank you so much, everyone. Now we will proceed toward the second lecture of the day. The chair session members for this lecture would be Professor Dr. Yogita Bansal, Punjabi University, Patiala, and Professor Dr. Deepak Kaushik, MDU, Rohtak. The speaker for the second lecture would be Professor Dr. O.P. Katare. I do request our chair session members to please come up on the stage and accept our welcome token. I request Dr. Yusuf Ansari to please present the welcome token to our chair session members, Professor Dr. Yogita Bansal. I request Mr. Kashish Wilson to present the token to our chair session member, Professor Dr. Deepak Kaushik. I do request our chair session members to present the welcome token to our speaker of the second lecture, Professor Dr. O.P. Katare. Ladies and gentlemen, the lecture would be delivered by Professor O.P. Katare, sharing his knowledge through a lecture on idea to patent to product, power of thought is a common denominator, how to harness into $1 million. Professor Dr. O.P. Katare, bachelor's, master's and doctorate in pharmaceutics from Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Vishwavidyalaya, Madhya Pradesh. His contribution towards the field of research is drug delivery and liposome-based nanotech.
I would like to introduce myself.
Sure, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for our speaker, Dr. O.P. Katare.
Is it? ये आया नहीं यहाँ तो आ गया मानो स्क्रीन पर ही
Okay. So very good afternoon to all. So first of all, I express my gratitude to the organizer, Dr. Sumit, the MMDU University, the great university, enlightening and glittering atmosphere of this banquet hall. So I am so happy to be here and to present the story, Kahani. You understand Kahani? हम कहानी सुनाएंगे, लेक्चर नहीं देंगे. All young guys, students, are you ready to listen? Okay, please give your ear, and try to make it bio-available. The Gupta is here, so he will always like to listen bio-availability. So the God has given 2 years, but we have to use these 2 years not to transfer knowledge from left to right, right to left, but to get it down to the gut, to make it absorbable, assimilable and usable. So कहानी बहुत अच्छी, मैंने आपको पसंद आएगी. आपने टाइटल देखा, क्या लिखा है? टाइटल देखा? हाँ, आइडिया. तो रिसर्च करने के लिए आए ना, तो रिसर्च को करके पेपर पब्लिश करके होना चाहिए कि यार है क्या ये, और खाली पीली यहाँ पे जन्म लिया, आगे चले गए, क्या किया, और वो बत्ती जली आया, कंपनी आई, मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूट आया, DBT आई, और वो बनते चला गया, और अंततः कुछ ऐसा हुआ जिसने हमें कलाम साहब तक पहुंचा दिया. उनने हाथ मिलाया और इन सर्च ऑफ सॉल्यूशन. हम क्लास में पढ़ा रहे थे, फिजिकल फार्मेसी पढ़ा रहे थे, 3rd ईयर 2nd ईयर का केस था. वो क्लासरूम में आइडिया आया, यार ये क्या बात है. वी हैव एंटीऑक्सीडेंट इन टर्म्स ऑफ लेसिथिन, फॉस्फोलिपिड्स. व्हाई नॉट टू गेट entrapped the drug molecule within these supramolecular self-assembled structures. So we tried that. It was an idea, बल्ब जगा classroom में पढ़ाते वक्त. So all teachers available listening here, they must mind that teaching is very important. And during teaching interface, when you are at stake, your mind actually जैसे होता है ना, बल्ब जल जाता है. We started working, and this is the result of that formulation. We used nicely and got it this liposomal entrapment. So it worked very well. It reversed the trend of this drug degradation, and we could find that the product now it has a different profile, degradation profile that Naiper helped us, Professor, thanks to Professor Sanjeev. So I got good networking actually. I got a lot of support from friends and people around. Otherwise it would not have been possible. So novelty we got the design of the formulation in such a way that it defeated the past patents and that it got the worldwide patents in multiple countries. Listening to the story of this, we had a clinical trial thanks to PGI. एक पैसा भी नहीं लगा मेरा clinical trial में, क्योंकि मेरे friends उन टॉपिक उनका ही था. It was a problem given by the PGI MER, Professor Bhushan Kumar. So he had done through senior resident Dr. Avi Saraswat, who is a leading practitioner in Lucknow even today. So when I visited second time to Bhushan Kumar, actually it was a different story. First time then he gave the problem, then next time when I went there, he asked Avi Saraswat कि कटारे साहब का कैसा चल रहा है फॉर्मुलेशन, वो कैसा है परफॉर्मेंस है. Avi said, Dr. Avi said, excellent. And these words are still sounding and resounding. And my toe was up. Still it is up. Down the lane, I have not lost my spirit and enthusiasm in research. Because the maja jo aata hai na, translational maja, it's a daru, it's a wine. When you see the product coming to the market, it's a joy and joy only. So we did a very good result. It came with a lower dose and defeated US vitamins product, Darwin. So we had this message spread around and company came forward, Life Care, and we signed the MOU, technology transferred. We worked on post-translational, post-technological tech transfer challenges on shop floor. So many challenges, it's a hell actually. आप इतना आसान काम नहीं है, आपने लैब में बना दिया, उसके बाद में जब आप शॉप फ्लोर पे जाएंगे तो आपको युद्ध तब शुरू होता है. आइडिया तो आ गया, पेटेंट भी बन गया, लेकिन वहाँ रिप्रोड्यूसिबिलिटी स्टैंडर्डाइज करना, वहाँ सब आपको समझ में आता है कि सरकारी डेटा काम के नहीं है थीसिस वाले. यहाँ पे एक्चुअल स्ट्रेंथ आपकी काम में आएगी. A lot of entrepreneurship required, lot of networking required. So industry support is very important. और उसमें बहुत सारा जो फैक्टर्स है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का है, ह्यूमन एक्सीलेंस का है. किसी की ईगो हर्ट हो गई तो वो आपका प्रोडक्ट नहीं चलने देगा आगे. सो ईगो प्रॉब्लम, यू नो, अब ये डायमेंशन तो आपके साइंस में आते नहीं है ईगो के, जिसकी वजह से ट्रांसलेट होगा. गुलशन साहब मैं सही कह रहा हूँ ना? आप ये सब विचार करने योग्य है कि आप कैसे करने देगा. आप तो बना के ले गए, सामने वाला साइंटिस्ट कह रहा अच्छा है यार, कटारे साहब भी बना सकते हैं क्या? हम किस बात के? आपका सब फेल. फिर कैसे करोगे कोलैबोरेट? दुनिया कह रही कोलैबोरेट करो, ट्रांसलेट करो. मोदी साहब भी कह रहे हैं, वो भी गुप्ता जी ने भी कहा भाई 1000 करोड़ दिया है. होता किधर है? आप खुद घर में ही देख लीजिए, एक से दूसरे ईगो को जरा, मामा ने बड़ी बहन की तारीफ, छोटी बहन की तारीफ कर दी, बड़ी बहन जल गई आग में, है ना? फिर एक प्रोफेसर को अवार्ड मिल गया तो पता नहीं कितने लोगों को जलन हो गई. आप देखिए ना ये डायमेंशन कौन बात करेगा इसके ऊपर? बी ऑनेस्ट. अरे नो, आपको करना पड़ेगा. अगर आपने आगे बढ़ना है, भारत को महान बनना है, तो स्वामी विवेकानंद की सुनना पड़ेगा. हमने वो सब किया, मजे से किया, ईश्वर महान था, and with all humility and gratitude, हमने दादागिरी कहीं नहीं दिखाई। हमने नेटवर्किंग की और सब लोगों को जोड़ा जो काम के थे। कुछ एक्स फैक्टर भी है जिनको हम बता ही नहीं सकते। एक बार मजेदार बात बताएं आपको, जब प्रोफेसर हरकिशन सिंह जी पद्मश्री, उनसे पूछा गया कि आपका जो मॉलिक्यूल है वो बाजार में क्यों नहीं आया, he gave a very interesting and very fundamental answer. सर सॉरी मैं आपको कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन फैक्ट ऑन द ग्राउंड, he looked on into the sky and say X factor. अब वो X factor तो डिफाइन ही नहीं है, कितना ही ऑप्टिमाइज कर लो आप, क्यूबिडी लगा लो, this is X factor. आप ढूंढते ही जाओ, उसको कहाँ अकाउंट करोगे? रूप साहब ने तो बता दिया आप ये क्रिटिकल फैक्टर्स हैं, वो X तो दिख ही नहीं रहा है जिसकी वजह से हमारा मॉलिक्यूल फेल हो गया। अरे ईगो आ गई हमारी, हमने तुमको डिफीट कर दिया, ये कर दिया, उसका कहाँ साइंटिफिक डेटा है? वो सब चर्चा करने योग्य है ना? उस पर अगर फिलॉसफी को आप छोड़ नहीं सकते, पीएचडी डिग्री itself is a doctor of philosophy। चलो हमारा कंसेप्ट तो रियलिटी में टर्न हो गया, एंड फर्स्ट एक्चुअली पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी यूआईपीएस पूरा पेपर भरे पड़े थे, एंड 2007 was the time when we got lot of recognition, and this tourism came to the market, and this turned into the DBT National Technology Award. So हमने तो कभी सोचा ही नहीं था कि कलाम साहब के दर्शन भी होंगे जिंदगी में, लेकिन जब हाथ मिलाने को मिला तो अभी तक ऐसा हाथ वो झंडाता है ना, जो हाथ उनसे मिलाया था। फिर इतना ही नहीं, फिर 2012 में हमें होटल ताज मुंबई में बुलाया गया, एंड्रू विटेज
Thank you so much. I request Dr. Sarita to please come on stage and present the token of appreciation to Professor Dr. Deepak Kaushik. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be felicitating the mementos to some of our resource persons as they are in a bit of hurry today. For the same, I cordially request Dr. Simarjeet Kaur to present the memento to Dr. Bharat Parashkar. Please join us on the stage. Thank you so much. I request Dr. Omveer Singh to please present token of appreciation to Dr. Shilpa. Please join us on the stage, Dr. Shilpa. Next resource person, Dr. Ashok Kumar. Sir, please join us on the stage as he will be felicitated by Dr. Omveer Singh. Thank you so much. I request Dr. Mohammed Uwais to please join us on the stage and felicitate Dr. Ashwini Dingra. Please join us on the stage. Dr. Mohammed Uwais. As he is not present, I request Dr. Ishrat Zahoor to please felicitate our resource person, Dr. Ashwini Dingra. I request Dr. Karimullah sir to please present the felicitation to Dr. Ashwini Dingra. Please join us on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate everyone for being such patient listeners and wonderful audience. To revive your energy, the lunch is being served, and after the break, we will continue the session at exact 3 o'clock. Thank you all.
the money for writing your content. Host authorship, right? Similarly, gifted authorship. My wife is there, so I have given gifted. उसका नाम ऐड कर दिया. My best friend was there, उसका नाम मैंने ऐड कर दिया. Although she does not qualify as a authorship criteria, so I have gifted that authorship. So that is also unethical, right? Now this is very important. Charts are given in the COPE guidelines. How to deal. For example, this first chart is talking about the how to add the authorship before publication, right? Now, for example, you filed a publication and you want to add one more person who contributed significantly, but we have not, or by mistake his name was not added. So during consideration, you can add the name, provided other authors should put the NOC, no objection, that we do not have any objection of adding Y person in their publication. If it is agreed, then their name can be added before publication. Otherwise, no. Similarly, can it possible to remove the name before publication? भाई मैंने तो नाम डाल दिया, पता लग गया मुझे कि गलती से डाल दिया, उसने तो कुछ काम नहीं किया था. So it can be done in the same way, but the no objection from the rest of the author. Then it can be done. Similarly, there is another thing which you may not be aware of, that is the आपके पास autism है, right? That is what we did, check it. And the COPE guideline says for plagiarism, it is very important. What is plagiarism? You are copying paste. आज की डेट में copy paste होता है, भाई दूसरे की thesis हमने copy paste कर लिया. आज की डेट में show you must refer that this table is taken from my previous publication. If you are reporting in this journal, then it's a no problem. You need to disclose that this paper is, or this data is taken from previous published paper, reference this. Then there is no problem. But if you are not disclosing, then it is a problem, right? So redundancy, simultaneous publication. For example, I am submitting my paper in 2 journals simultaneously, thinking भाई मेरा time बच जाएगा कि भाई यहाँ नहीं तो यहाँ तो accept हो ही जाएगा. It is not possible. That is simultaneous publication, duplicate publication, they all comes under the redundancy. So redundancy, again the same. COPE has provided the guidelines how to deal with this redundancy. I'm not going to discuss this, but these are available freely, all the flow chart, how to deal with. Similarly, fabrication, cooking, right? Similarly, there is a manipulation of data. जैसे मैं बोलता कि thesis पास आती है तो ग्राफ सीधा हो जाता है सबका, सारी स्टैंडर्ड प्लॉट सीधे हो जाते हैं, जबकि वो कुछ वैल्यूज करेक्ट नहीं है, मे बी नंबर ऑफ सैंपल वैल्यूज कम है, हो सकता है, इट नेवर हैपन, बट वी केयरफुल दैट द फैब्रिकेशन इज अनएथिकल. So there is a guidelines are there how to deal with the fabrication of the data. If you publish paper, then you created evidence, and it will be always there on the net, scientific domain. Anybody can challenge anytime your paper, even after 15 years of publication. Conflict of interest, this is another ethical issue. Conflict of interest means I am publishing a paper or I am submitting a paper in the journal where my friend is as editor. Conflict of interest. I am submitting a paper in my own university research journal. Conflict of interest, right? So conflict of interest is also ethical issues, and one need to see it. For example, I not disclose the relationship, that is, conflict of interest. So I'm not going to detail, but flow chart is given, COPE guidelines are given, how to deal with the conflict of interest, right? So in concluding is the COPE guidelines, as a researcher, you must see at least once what are the flow charts are given, how to deal with this kind of issue in order to ensure the ethics in your research, right? The only way is if you know the pros and cons, you can save yourself from this different kind of the problems. Thank you. Any question? थक गए? Post lunch session sedative.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. So, thank you, Dr. Anil, for delivering a highly energetic, enlightening, and highly awakening talk regarding the significance, need of the ethics in research and publications, and a very challenging task given as a post-lunch session, keeping everybody awake. So thank you so much for giving this and letting talk and mentioning about the importance of the ethics with respect to having a reliable research, authentic, and which is reproducible, as it was mentioned in the inaugural talk by Dr. Y.K. Gupta. So covering all the aspects, it has given a lot of significance that what is the importance of maintaining the ethics, because if we do not follow ethics, then there are always chances of having repercussions which we may face. Thank you, Dr. Anil. Now I would like to invite Dr. Nirmal, my co-chair, for concluding the session.
So thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, Dr. Sumit Gupta in particular, for inviting us and giving us an opportunity to chair the session. Right from the morning, we have been listening wonderful, talks from experts in the field. So, Dr. Anil, your talk, as you mentioned, it is a sequel to the talk given by Dr. Bhupinder Singh Boob. He has very nicely explained, very elaborately, explained research ethics, and you explained about ethics in research publications. So, very nicely you explained the guidelines given by COP as far as publication ethics are concerned. What are the duties, authorship duties of the authors, duties of the editors, duties of the reviewers, responsibility of the institutes, and responsibility of the journals. So I think it is a wonderful talk, and really you enlightened us all about the ethics in research publications. So thank you very much for your time and nice talk. Thank you very much. So any question if is there from the audience? So, okay, that's fine.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering this wonderful lecture. Now I request our chairperson of the session, Professor Dr. Pavan Krishan and Professor Dr. Nirmal Singh, to please hand over the token of appreciation to our lecturer and speaker, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar. I request Dr. Preetham to please come up on the stage and felicitate our chairperson, Professor Dr. Pavan Krishan. I do request Dr. Nidhi to please come up on the stage and felicitate our chairperson, Professor Dr. Nirmal Singh. Thank you so much, dignitaries.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be chair session by Professor Dr. Kanwaljit Chopra and Professor Dr. Sunil Sharma. I request Dr. Amit Lathar to present a sapling to Professor Dr. Sunil Sharma. Please join us on the stage. Please join us on the stage, sir. I request Dr. Amit Lathar to present the sapling to Professor Dr. Sunil Sharma. I invite Mr. Vishal Sharma to present the sapling to Professor Dr. Kamaljeet Chopra. Mr. Vishal Sharma to join us on the stage. I request Mr. Rajat to please present the sapling to Professor Dr. Kamaljeet Chopra.
We want to felicitate some of our resource person of the event. For that, Mrs. Kirti Goyal is requested to join us on the stage to felicitate our one of the resource person, Dr. Chandra Prakash, Chitkara University. I do request Mrs. Renu Saran to please come up on the stage and felicitate our resource person, Dr. Poonam Arora, Chitkara University.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this lecture will be delivered by Professor Dr. Harish Dureja. I cordially request the chair sessions to please present a welcome token to the speaker and guest, Dr. Harish Dureja, sir. Please join us on the stage. I request Professor Dr. Sunil Sharma and Professor Dr. Kamaljeet Chopra to please join us on the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Harish Dureja has done the doctorate on the topic Development of Mathematical Models for the Prediction of Biopharmaceuticals, Biological and Physiochemical Properties of the Molecules from Maharishi Dayanand University, Masters from the Punjabi University and Bachelors from Meerut. He has done Diploma in Pharmacy from MMDU Rohtak, and he has many credentials and awards to his name. Without any further ado, I hand over the dice to Professor Dr. Harish Dureja. So please begin with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So may I have the presentation, please? Okay. हाँ यही है कहाँ लगानी है कहाँ लगानी है इसमें इसमें लगानी है। Based on the topic of this conference, the clinical therapeutics, the topic has been chosen for this presentation is digital therapeutics. How these are regulated in India and other countries, that is the part of this presentation. I sincerely thanks to Professor Sumit Gupta and the University MMU for inviting me for this talk. Few objectives has been put into this presentation. What is the digital technology, digital health, therapeutics, what are the products available in the market, how these are regulated, taking simple the challenges and the one case study. You might have heard of the prescription of some drugs, doses from tablet, capsule and so. We might have the apps into our mobile phone. Whether these apps are used or prescription or they are prescribed by the doctors or they are used for the treatment, that is the question. So this digital system has evolved into this 21st century to us. When this COVID-19 pandemic came, that has upsurged this challenge to us, how this digital technology can be applied into the pharmaceuticals. So either it is a new technology, challenge to us, but the future can only be happen with the digital approaches as well. If we look into the approach, the model, before COVID-19, we are the less user into the digital products. Only the few of them were made the digital, but later on as the COVID-19 take place, there was a adoption of this technology. And this model was named as Leapfrog Digital Innovation Model. So they said that every product coming in the market, even it is a digital tablet, that should be made by digital technology. If you are going for any clinical trial, they must be by the digital scope as well. But when we change our system from physical to cyber physical, we have to face some challenges. Because here system is made functional by some technology, but if the technology is malfunctioning, a computer program is not working well, what is happened to that digital formulation given to the patients? What is its financial viability? Because making a digital formulation again take a time as well as the investment cost over this. Then another challenge come to the formulator is its quality assessment. When it was a tablet, we have set up criteria into the pharmacopoeias how to take their quality control test. But when come to the digital, how often we can check into the different safety assessment as well. Till now, like in 2023, only the regulations of AI/ML came into the India, but how these regulations are taking place for these digital products, which are not appropriate at this stage of the time. Even this digital technology violates the civil liberties, data protection and the privacy, the hacking of the software is another challenge to this ones. Ethical objections are coming. If a physician made a mistake, who will be held responsible? If a robot made a mistake, who will be held responsible? Till date, we don't have much infrastructure in any of the country to look into this development cost, and pre-existing surveillance networks and the validation of the product is the major challenge to this digital product. We might have used something into this COVID time. All of us used as this app named as Aage Setu app. Later on, we went to the COVID app for the certificate or the vaccination product. So all such system has been modified looking into this digital perspectives. These are the example where we have gone through even the screening of the patient, even our transportation of the vaccine, all that happens by the digital way. We have saying that our formulation is quality by design, but the day is not far off when we are going to the quality by intelligence. So all such system, when we are seeing molecules are coming to the market, they are coming there digitally. So all your digital innovation, your lab of the future will be digital one. We are now witnessing, we have the next lecture from Professor Bhatam, where they are going to drug discovery by different simulation models, this all will be driven further by the AI as well. So we are the virtual data assistant. All universities, all systems, they are the virtual assistant, so they will be coming in the lab of the future as well. Coming to the patient point of view, how this digital product will be developed, how this will be monitored, and how this data will be assessed by the different companies. Even our factories are coming. The concept has come. Somewhere it is written as 4.0 or 4.0. That industrial evolution has come, which is the digital one, named to be the smart factories, where the digital batch deposition has been made, not as the manual batch. Coming to the supply chain, we have looked into this aspect during the COVID-19 vaccine, that is the tracing and the tracking of the vaccine and the product as well. And the commercial ways, it all are recommendations. We know the recommendation, the e-commerce, by using Flipkart, Amazon, they are giving us the recommendation of the purchase. Same way those recommendations will be given us for any of the drug product in the market. All the system, what we are seeing, the digital one, the basic concept happens to be the artificial intelligence and the machine learning. So when a computer, when a robot, or when software work like you, then to be named as it is working the system of artificial intelligence. Our intelligence has been copied and pasted to the machines, which is working with their actions as well. If you look into the pharmaceuticals, either it is a drug discovery, formulating the new drugs, developing the new drugs, tackling any disease, repurposing of the disease. So many examples are there in the market where we can even go for the clinical trials as well. Recruitment of the patient for clinical trial is also based on the AI model as well. Robotic surgery is a well-known example that is always available in the market, the dispensing and pharmaceutical manufacturing as well. Three terminologies comes here, one to be named as digital health, second is the digital medicine, and third one is named as digital therapeutics. As we look into any technology, which is digital one, which engage the consumer for the lifestyle. Like we have the mobile phone having the app for our data, that is the blood pressure monitoring, insulin level monitoring. Same way have the smart watches with us, or such gadgets which are using nowadays that comes under the example of digital health. When this measurement and the interventions comes all together, then named to be as digital medicine as well. We have the measurement work, we have the intervention work, we have the combination of both two. But they don't have any clinical evidence. Monitoring and giving you the alarm by the mobile that your blood pressure is increasing, your insulin is increasing, that is not the intervention. Intervention is made by the digital therapeutics. That give you the evidence that this is the clinical proven app which can be used, that mobile applications, even the games can be used for the treatment purposes. So we have the successful example in the market which the game can be used for any treatment. Minor differences are there between the health as well as the therapeutics. Basically, therapeutic products are digital one, like we firstly go for the pharmaceuticals, then we come to the cosmetics, further comes to the medical devices, then we came to the combination product, now we have mixed with the combination product. Those medical devices made digitally, and we called them the digital therapeutics as well. If we look into the interventions, look into this concept of new agile interventions, basically it is a health disciplines, giving you the remarkable achievements that yes, treatment is possible by this app. So this needs the combination of interdisciplinary research. We need a computer professional who know how to program, and we need a pharmaceutical professional how to look into the different aspect of a dosage form. So we are going through this storming phase, and we have a great potential for this change. As I said that these therapeutic products need the evidence. Like our formulation need the evidence that is successful, same way that can be used to prevent, manage, treat, or medical order disease. If you look into the definition of a drug, all can comes under this digital therapeutics, and they need to be approved by the regulatory bodies as well. We know how a product is developed in the pharmaceuticals. We have the phase of development, we have the phase of feasibility, we have the phase of clinical trials, further we go for the regulatory approval, and finally we launch the product. Even after the launch of the product, we go for the PMS. Same happens with the digital therapeutic product. What the regulations to become, that has been defined by the different regulation agencies. These products are available in the market for the different disorders. Psychiatric disorder are the major one for which they are working. Secondly, we have the cardiovascular, addiction, endocrinology, neurology, and so on. So many examples are there. Few example has been put in. I'm not going to detail of this, looking into the time constraints. So there is one example, first prescription-based digital therapeutic made by the Peer Therapeutics for psychiatric condition was research. So Somist was another example. Then EndeavorRx, don't worry. So EndeavorRx is another example where that has been used for ADHD, that is again for psychotic disorder of this. Blue Star made was a NUM software. Like now the concept is coming, software as the medical devices. So software is now used for the treatment. Either we have a pacemaker, but that pacemaker is software based. So these are the concept we are changing. So like we have one example here, the Madopad and Tencent Holding made a partnership and make an app. So this app is used for the Parkinson disease patient, raising an alarm to the physician, not to the patient, that physician needs the attentions. And that has the advantage of reducing the cost of the patient. So digital solutions is there for each and every one. And in the coming technology, we are finding that if we focus on these products, we have a definitely refined product with less of the disadvantages. So many companies are working together, and like some of Peer Therapeutic, Otsuka, Roche, Abbott, to name a few which are working into this arena of this digital technology. Not going to detail of the current strategy which are going on by the Bayer Pharma, Google DeepMind Health, Novartis with Biome India. But the concept here is, we said that oil was a currency to be used this one. But new currency is not the oil. New currency is not the notes, they happens to be the data only. So electronic health gadgets are there. They are recording your data as electronic health record, and they are transferred to some of the companies to look into this one, how this development of the drug and how these trials can be made possible. Every regulatory agency, so questions come how these to be regulated. Every regulatory agency has made a mandate how these to be regulated. Like US FDA has made a separate division that is for Digital Health Center of Excellence. They are looking into the pre-market notification of the same product by 510 key, and they are finding the 21st Century Cures Act, how these innovative approaches can be regulated. European Union came with the same aspect of the Committee for Medicinal Products for Digital Therapeutics Group. They made a DTG only for the purpose of such product which comes under this interventions. Japan is ahead into this because they started their landscape into the digital pharmaceutics into 2014 as well. They come with the act, and finally they said that yes, we have the approval of software as the medical devices, and that is come under the dash. The final approval which came into the market from the Japan, that was a cup app incorporation that made a medical devices for the hypertension. So this is basically an app installed into your mobile phone, and this look into the cure of your hypertension, named as a cure. India is in the starting phase to develop such products and coming to their regulations as well. Like coming to the AI/ML product, 2023 October they have launched their regulations, and they are coming to this different options of qualification, risk classification, software with multiple functions, and pre-submission consultation as well. We are going through such an advancement stage. We are seeing that everything to be digital. We are becoming digital, and then why not our pharmaceutical product becomes digital? We have to face so many challenges. Transparency in the governance is one of the major challenge here. Regulatory initiative by the regulatory agencies, another challenge. We are saying we are following the GMP. Now it is coming at good automation manufacturing practices. And now we are coming a phase of good manufacturing, artificial intelligence, machine learning practices. So whenever these concepts will come, how these to be regulated, that is a major challenge. Supply chain challenge, innovation mindset, technical training, consumer awareness, integration of the infrastructure, integration of the knowledge change, and training to the patient will be the major challenge. Giving you one case study here, which is available in the market, named as Ability My Site. This is a basically app-based smart pill. having the different dose strength of 2 to 30 milligram, consisting of 30 tablets, and that have poured and adhesive strip. So that adhesive strip is stick to the stomach from the outer side, and that is connected to your mobile phone as a Bluetooth. So when Bluetooth patches with your mobile phone with that of patch, so that will often given you a green signal and sample. So you can easily visualize how this smart pill is working, made by the Otsuka Pharmaceutical. That is a digital therapeutic example. So many examples are there in the market. They are working on this. So many companies are working in this. Future is not without any digital aspect. We have to think digitally, work digitally, and thank you digitally. Thank you so much. Any questions, please? Yes. You can come forward. Yeah. Yes, any other question? Thank you so much.
For any topic, he starts from the line and again he ends with a line, and in between Harish Dureja is there.
Thank you so much.
That is the greatness for him. In the way he explained the thing that how digital technology is again being encroaching the pharmaceuticals and therapeutics. Different examples again been quoted by him that in research how one can take it, and digital health, digital medicine, digital technology, and lot of number of things he's again explained. And though I've been asked to ask the audience to have some question, but he only asked the audience to have some question, and though some Kerry was there and he cleared the thing on it. The one thing I can say that we can't separate ourselves from digitalization of pharmaceuticals and all this thing. There is one saying by some Shire that, and you just put डिजिटल एस्पेक्ट इन दैट कि यूँ गले जो मिलोगे तपाक से तो कोई हाथ भी ना मिलाएगा, ये नए मिजाजों का शहर है, ज़रा फासले से मिला करो। तो चीज़ें ऐसी हैं कि
वाह सर वाह,
ये ऐसा है कि यदि इसको आप हटाओगे तो कहीं ना कहीं पीछे रह जाओगे। इसी की एक और इसी शायर की इसी के बाद एक और कोट है कि मोहब्बतों में दिखावे की दोस्ती ना मिला, जो गले ना मिलता उसे हाथ भी ना मिला। तो विद दैट so that is the word of digitalization and all this thing. धुरेजा साहब ने आपको बहुत सी चीज़ें क्लियर कर दी हैं, बट स्टिल यदि कुछ रह गया तो उनका फ़ोन नंबर ले लेना, बाकी क्योंकि मैं तो रिप्लाई नहीं कर पाऊंगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू
सर।
Thank you so much sir for your valuable time and knowledge. For the felicitation ceremony, I would like to call the chairperson of the G. Chopra.
I request Kawaljit ma'am to please join the chair session for the next lecture as well, and she'll be felicitated with the token of appreciation.
I request Ms. Sapna to please come up on the stage to felicitate our chairperson of the session, Professor Dr. Sunil Sharma. Continuing with the felicitation ceremony, I request Dr. Dinesh Mehta to felicitate one of the resource person of the event, Dr. Rakesh Pawa. I request resource person of the event, Dr. Rakesh Pawa, to please come up on the stage. Moving on to the next lecture of the event, now with the lecture will be chair session by the Professor Dr. Kamanjit Chopra and Professor Dr. Harish Dureja. Our next lecture of the day would be delivered by Professor Dr. P.V. Bhartam, Naipar Mohali. To give him a warm welcome, I would request Dr. Uwais to present on the stage and welcome him with a sapling. I request Dr. Uwais to please come up on the stage and present a welcome token to the next speaker of the day, Professor Dr. P.V. Bhartam. This lecture will be chair session by the Professor Dr. Kamanjit Chopra and Professor Dr. Harish Dureja. Delivered by Professor Dr. P.V. Bhartam, Naipar Mohali, specialized in organic synthesis, medical chemistry, anti-malarial, anti-diabetic, quantum medical chemistry, pharmacokinetics, programming data, and much more. For his laurels, we have many awards such as Fellowship of Indian Academy of Sciences 2020, Fellowship of Andhra Pradesh Academic Awards, and much more to the list we can't even name. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next lecturer, Professor Dr. P.V. Bhartam.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to come to this university and give this lecture. I have brought some slides, but it's not really required. Main theme of the conference is research ethics. Research ethics is such an important topic. I am very happy to see that MMDU is taking leadership in starting this particular series of lectures. Whenever a scientist starts working, he will come across with many issues. Sometimes they are very simple, straightforward issues. He has learned many things, and those points will quickly give result, like a cakewalk. As the cakewalk like research is progressing, at one particular time, he will face difficulties. Because if everything is cakewalk, certainly there must be something wrong. If it is really good problem, if it is a real challenge if he is taking, he will have difficulties. When difficulty comes, there will be two ways one can solve the difficulty. One is to run away from the difficulty, the other is to face the challenge. And that is what I am going to describe here. In Naipur Mohali, we had this difficulty at one time. We were working on anti-cancer drug discovery. Topoisomerase 2 alpha is the target. We performed lots of work. Synthesis was very successful. Series of 20 compounds were synthesized. Very nice. These were tested against computer-aided modeling, in silico modeling. What is the modeling? Perform molecular docking inside the cavity of the topoisomerase 2 alpha. It was successful, very nice. The docking result was better than the lead compound. So it was suggested, okay, go ahead and spend your money and time in performing the in vitro research. In vitro research was carried out, very successfully done. In vitro performed using 4 different experiments. That was satisfactory. Then again we went to molecular modeling. Molecular modeling was not only docking, beyond docking, molecular dynamics. Find out what is van der Waals contact, how much is the energy released due to van der Waals contact, how much is due to hydrophilic, hydrogen bonding kind of interactions. All this was analyzed. Paper was published in Journal of Medicinal Chemistry in the year 2011. Very nice work. Next came the topic that let us take the same series and extend, design better compounds. Better compounds in the sense, slightly larger compounds, easy to synthesize, but a particular substituent we wanted to synthesize. We did that. Synthesis was also successful because easy to synthesize. Already we got some 30 compounds very easily. Then the problem came that perform molecular docking of these 30 compounds. Then the question, molecular docking scientists said that this will not fit in the cavity. This new series of compounds are slightly larger. The size of the cavity is slightly smaller. So these new compounds will not fit inside the cavity. Okay, so what to do? The in vitro scientist, the synthesis was already done. So why don't you submit to in vitro analysis? Docking scientist said that, don't submit. It is waste of your time and money. But the in vitro scientist, he said that all my wishes are very readily available. You give me the compound, anyway I will test it. So the in vitro scientist said that after 3 months, these compounds are active. So molecular modeling scientist said that these compounds will not bind at the ATP binding domain of the topoisomerase 2 alpha. And then the in vitro scientist is telling these compounds are showing inhibition. So there is a dichotomy now. Should we believe the molecular modeling scientist? Should we believe the in vitro scientist? Both of them are equally respectable, very knowledgeable people. Should we believe them or not? There was one option. By molecular docking will always give something. Forget it. Forget molecular docking and publish only in vitro result. That is not ethical. That is not ethical to ignore the result and keep one set of result under the carpet and progress with the other set of the result. So that is what I am emphasizing here. So that's what we did. What we did was, what is this reason? Modeling scientist is telling this compound cannot be active because they will not bind at the ATP binding domain. So what is the message coming from docking? Let us clearly understand. What is the message coming from in vitro biology? The catalysis of the enzyme is being inhibited. So if the catalysis is being inhibited, but the molecule should not block the ATP binding domain, is there anything more? Instead of keeping the result under the carpet, we have taken the challenge and we wanted to bring the in vitro result and the in silico result face to face and ask what happened. Where is the confusion here? Is there any confusion? Can we resolve the confusion? Can we be ethical in our research? Then it so happened that how many biological experiments can be done? 4 biological experiments were already done. Can we do more biological experiments? What is the question? The modeling scientist said that these compounds will not bind at the ATP binding domain. So how to analyze whether the inhibition is happening via ATP binding domain or not? So this was the question. So then ATPase activity. When the new series of compounds are supplied, ATPase activity is continued or discontinued. This was the particular assay that was required. So the modeling scientist and the organic synthesis chemist as well as the in vitro biologist, they decided that we will do one more biological assay, that is whether ATP is being consumed or not consumed in the reaction. Now it so happened that during the in vitro analysis it became clear that ATP is being consumed. That means that what modeling scientist is telling is also coming from the in vitro scientist. So that means we need to do more homework to prove when there are more than 2 results and these results are conflicting with each other. Instead of running away from the project and instead of making project into half of it and publish somehow and report somehow, we have to take the decision to do more work. More homework we have got to do. That's what we did. Then it became clear that the new series of compounds do not bind at the ATP binding domain. Computer modeling scientist is also telling, in vitro scientist is also telling the same. Then what? Inhibition is happening. Inhibition is anyway happening. So what is the reason? Then they said that probably ATP binding domain is not the active site. There may be another active site, another inhibition site inside the cavity of the topoisomerase 2 alpha. Well, that challenge was tried. There were 7 other sites. Molecular docking was done on 7 other sites. Docking was not successful. Then it turned out that what to do? Is there any site which is not reported by scientists till today? Then we did modeling from the basics, homology modeling, then site identification, then the cavity identification. It turned out that there is another site called Merberon binding site, which was forgotten by scientists over the last 10 years. So that particular site we wanted to explore. We explored, we did molecular docking and dynamics and other things for another 6 months. Finally found that the new series of compounds are not binding at the ATP binding domain. They are not binding at the 7 other sites. There is a new site which has been identified. The series of compounds was synthesized compounds, second series, are binding at a new site within the cavity of the topoisomerase 2 alpha. So what happened? Because we did not run away from the work, because we maintained the ethics, we were able to find a completely new science associated with the topo 2 alpha. So once we did that, then we docked the compounds perfectly fitting. Then we did the in vitro biology and identified, yes, indeed, the new series of compounds are binding at the new site. That is the 8th site. So we were able to provide chemical biology result in addition to medicinal chemistry result. So docking and synthesis and in vitro biology together gave us completely new idea that first series of compounds are indeed binding at the ATP binding domain. Then we docked the first series also in the new domain. The first series of compounds bind at the new domain as well as at the ATP binding domain, but second series bind only at the new domain. As a result, we are able to provide completely new insight into the topo 2 isomerase activity and its inhibition mechanism. And this paper was published in 2016 in an equally good journal, ACS Medicinal Chemistry. So this is what I would like to tell. Whenever we do work, we do come across with challenges. When a challenge comes, there will be many opportunities for us to simplify our problem. But if we don't simplify our problem and complicate our problem, take more time, solve the problem, let it take time. Don't escape from challenge. Chemistry gives challenge. In silico methods give challenge. In vivo challenges we come across with. We should not run away from.
So dear participants, you all have heard how beautifully a renowned medicinal chemist has narrated that how a challenge can be converted into an opportunity. And take home message एक और है participants के लिए. I was amazed that without the presentation, sir ने beautifully step by step अपनी challenge को बताया. When you put your heart and soul into your research problem, you don't need any aid, presentation की ज़रूरत नहीं है. नहीं चली presentation, sir ने beautifully. And I was surprised, sir, आपको एक step याद है, किस time पे कैसे हुआ, फिर क्या हुआ, कैसे matching हुई और कैसे उन्होंने अपने target topoisomerase को किस तरह से validate किया. So I think from scientists, we don't only learn from their research work, we learn from the way they really do the work, how involved they are in their research problem, and how nicely they can narrate the things. So we are so very grateful to you, sir. And any questions are there? And Dr. Gureja, you will. So any questions? So then we can felicitate our speaker, and I think this is the, yeah, there is one question.
Check. Hello.
Relevant results, but they are in such a hurdle that they want to complete. So what would be your suggestion for those researchers and scholars for the same?
So very interesting question. Because after training 30 PhD students and another 10 are working right now, so I think I am qualified to answer this question. The point is that whenever you take up a research work, we understand the problem partly and we start working. We think that we go in direction one and then we will get the result. We try in that direction. But sometimes we don't understand the problem itself. Most often, if the question is not framed with a reference step, whenever you fail, go back and understand the problem first. The moment you understand the problem, it becomes easy. I will give one simple example. We wanted to understand the rosiglitazone. Rosiglitazone, when it is supplied to human body, if you supply the R isomer, after 1 hour, R isomer as well as S isomer, both are found in the body. The rosiglitazone is when we supply the only one isomer, both isomers are found in the body. When you supply the S isomer, both are found again. So what is happening? The answer is rapid racemization is happening. The question is why rapid racemization is happening? Then we went back to the question, reframed the question in terms of chemistry, no answer. Reframed in terms of in silico, we did not get answer. Reframed in the form of the, we did not get answer. Reframed in terms of in vivo biology, there is some clue. We got what can probably happen in vivo. There is a sulfur atom. Whenever there is a divalent sulfur, it gets oxidized and reverses back very quickly. That is a reversible reaction. So what we did, probably the reversible reaction there is causing the. So what happened for us? It took 6 months' time to frame the questions. After once we understood the question, the answer. Work in this area, so I don't know the specific answer, but I'm going rapid metabolism to give a NAPQI
It is first metabolite, and that is the most important metabolite that is generated. So how that is distributed among various tissues and how that is produced in various humans at various different rates. This is a question we can probably answer. There are several genes which are controlling the production of the CYP3A4. In some cases, CYP3A4 is produced in large quantities. That means those humans are called rapid metabolizers. In some cases, CYP3A4 is produced in
Thank you so much, sir. I request the chairpersons of this session, Professor Dr. Kanwaljit Chopra and Professor Dr. Harish Dureja, to present a token of appreciation to our speaker, Professor Dr. P.V. Bharatam. Thank you so much, dignitaries. I request Dr. Seema Bansal to present a token of appreciation to Chairperson, Professor Dr. Kanwaljit Chopra. Please join us on the stage. Thank you so much. A few of the resource persons are to be felicitated. Among them, I request Dr. Suresh Benewal to join us on the stage. And I request Professor Dr. Akash Jain to present a token of appreciation to them. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Meenakshi to join us on the stage. For that, I request Mr. Vishal Sharma to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Meenakshi. Thank you. I request Dr. Neha Minocha to please join us on the stage. For the same, I request Professor Dr. Inderjeet to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Neha Minocha. Thank you. I cordially request Dr. Rakesh Pawar to join us on the stage, and I request Dr. Dinesh Mehta to please present a token of appreciation to Dr. Rakesh Pawar. Please join us on the stage. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a tea break. Tea is being served. Please enjoy.
Before that, I would like to conclude this event. The lectures and the speakers will continue tomorrow, that is on 23rd Feb 2024. Thank you each and everyone for being this part of DBT sponsored APTI conference organized by MM College of Pharmacy in association with MM Institute of Medical Science.